On the left side from the small hole in the mountain. Here you will find a huge overhanging and you have to check the bottom walls of it. For the night, you have to go to the top right along the mountain until you will cross the borders, where you will it. For the night, you have to go to the top right along the mountain until you will cross the borders, where you will find another huge overhanging, where in order to find the iron you have to check again its wall side. For the 10 still in the other region you have to check the small mountain you will see under the landmark, where you will find a mountain wall sticking out from the terrain. Here you will find one iron vein on top of it, and other two on the bottom side along its wall. For the 11th, you have to go to the top left, staying on the region's borders, where you have to explore. For the mountain you will see to the left. This one, similarly to the previous one, is sticking out from the terrain. But this time, on its peak, you can find 2 iron veins, while on the bottom wall side you will find 1. Time to go back in the Windsword region and reach the first mountain to the left. Here you have to explore the upper side of the mountain sticking out from the terrain, where you will find 3 iron veins hidden in various cavities of the mountain. For the 13th you have to go to the top left. And explore the mountain that is half in the other region. You can find its up upper side after several bushes that will occlude your vision. vision, where by checking the overhanging you will find 3 iron veins to mine. For the 14th you have to check the mountain you will see not far from here to the bottom left. That is another small mountain wall sticking out from the terrain, that has 2 iron deposits on its top. The 15th requires you to check the mountain to the bottom left, that has other 3 deposits. On its top central part. For the 15th you have to get to the bottom right side of the Noble Ridge area. Here you have to check the first small mountain. You will see along the road, where you will find this mountain on the side of the road exiting the ruins. Spread out on top of it you will find 3 iron veins. For the 17th and the last one you have to check the bigger mountain on the left side, in the middle of which you will find the last 3 iron veins. At this point And if your inventory isn't yet full, you have to go slightly to the left where you will find the first point from where you can start again this route. Or mining in Windsward. This mining route will cover 17 locations that will yield on average 1400 iron ore. All the locations that will be described are in the top right side from the city. Also in the area around this route you will find less players that will farm here. This because around this area you will find a lot of enemies of level 20. So it's hard that other players can survive here if they are not prepared to fight. Anyway, the first location is in the top left margins of the brown area you will see above the walls. Cave. To be precise, on the landmark margins going toward the small rock to the top right, where the iron veins can be found between the boulders and the fallen trees. For the second location you have to go more to the right, to be precise in the middle of the passage between the two mountains. Where the iron veins are found in an open field. The third location requires you to go more to the right and this time reach the top. Top right side of the mountain, where in order to find the iron you have to search around the mountain walls. For the force you have to go to the left margins of the mountain you can see on the other. side of the road. Here the iron deposits can be found on the higher part of the beginning. Of the mountain. For the fifth, you have to reach the bottom right side of this mountain. That goes consist in going down to its beginning and reach the flat area in order to be able to mine the iron. To find the next location, you have to reach the bottom left side of the next mountain. Here you have to check where the mountain is connected to the terrain in order to find the veins. For this point you have to go upward along this mountain wall, where you have to check the area not far from the cavity you will see in the map, where by climbing the mountain in this location you will be able to find immediately the iron veins. Still going upward, you can find also the 8, where you have to explore. The area on the left side from the small hole in the mountain. Here you will find a huge overhanging and you have to check the bottom walls of it. For the 9th you have to go on its wall side. For the 10th along the mountain until you will cross the borders, where you will find an overhanging and you have to check the bottom walls of it. For the 9th you have to go to the top right along the mountain until you will cross the borders. Where you will find another huge overhanging, where in order to find the iron you have to check again its wall side. For the 10th, still in the other region, you have to check the small mountain you will. See under the landmark, where you will find a mountain wall sticking out from the terrain. Here you will find one iron vein on top of it, and other two on the bottom side along its wall. For the 11th You have to go to the top left, staying on the region's borders, where you have to explore the most. mountain you will see to the left. This one, similarly to the previous one, is sticking out from the terrain. But this time on its peak you can find 2 iron veins, while on the bottom wall side you will find 1. Time to go back in the Rinsword region and reach the first mountain to the left. Here you have to explore the upper side of the mountain sticking out from the terrain. Rinsword region and reach the first mountain. To the left. Here you have to explore the upper side of the mountain sticking out from the terrain, where you will find 3 iron veins hidden in various cavities of the mountain. For the 13 you have to go to the top left and explore the mountain that is half in the other region. You can find its upper side after several bushes that will occlude your vision, where by checking the overhanging you will find 3 iron veins to mine. For the 14th you have to check the mountain you will see not far from here to the bottom left. That is another small mountain wall sticking out from the terrain. It has 2 iron deposits on its top. The 15th requires you to check the mountain to the bottom left. That has other 3. 3 deposits on its top central part. For the 15th, you have to get to the bottom right side of the Noble Reach area. Here you have to check the first small mountain you will see along the road, where you will find this mountain on the side of the road exiting the ruins. Spread out on top of it you will find 3 iron veins. For the 17th and the last one you have to check the bigger mountain on their left side, in the middle of which you will find the last 3 iron veins. At this point, if your inventory isn't yet full, you have to go slightly to the left where you will find the first point from where where you can start again this route. To do iron ore mining in Windsward. Around this area you will find a lot of enemies of level 20, so it's hard that other players can survive here if they are not prepared to fight. Anyway, the first location is in the top left margins of the brown area you will see above the Walls Cave. To be precise, on the landmark margins going toward the small rock to the top right, where the iron veins can be found between the boulders and the fallen trees. For the second location you have to go more to the right, to be precise in the middle of the passage between the two mountains. Where the iron veins are found in an open field. The third location requires you to go more to the right and this time reach the top right side of the mountain, where in order to find the iron you have to search around the mountain walls. For the fourth you have to go to the left margins of the mountain you can see on the other side of the road. Here the iron deposits can be found on the higher part of the beginning of the mountain. For the fifth, you have to reach the bottom right side of this mountain. that consists in going down to its beginning and reach the flat area in order to be able to mine the iron. To find the next location, you have to reach the bottom left side of the next mountain. Here you have to check where the mountain is connected to the terrain in order to find the veins. For the 7th you have to go upward along this mountain wall, where you have to check the area not far from the cavity you will see in the map, where by climbing the mountain in this location you will be able to find immediately the iron veins. Still going upward you can find also the 8th, where you have to explore the area on the left side from the small hole in the mountain. Here you will find a huge overhanging and you have to check the bottom walls of it. For the 9th, you have to go to the top right along the mountain until you will cross the borders, where will find another huge overhanging, where in order to find the iron you have to check again its wall side. For the 10 still in the other region you have to check the small mountain you will see under the landmark, where you will find a mountain wall sticking out from the terrain. Here you will find one iron vein on top of it, and other two on the bottom side along its wall. For the element you have to go to the top left, staying on the region's borders, where you have to explore. Explore the mountain you will see to the left. This one, similarly to the previous one, is sticking out from the terrain. But this time, on its peak, you can find two iron veins, while on the bottom wall side you will find one. Time to go back in the Windsward region and reach the first mountain to the left. Here you have to explore the upper side of the mountain, sticking out from one. Time to go back in the Windsward region and reach the first mountain to the left. Here you have to explore the upper side of the mountain, sticking out from the terrain, where you will find 3 iron veins hidden in various cavities of the mountain. For the 13 you have to go to the top left and explore the mountain that is half in the other region. You can find its upper side after several bushes that will occlude your vision. where by checking the overhanging you will find 3 iron veins to mine. For the 14th you have to check the mountain you will see not far from here to the bottom left. That is another small mountain wall sticking out from the terrain. That has far from here to the bottom left. That is another small mountain wall sticking out top central part. For the 15th you have to get to the bottom right side of the Noble Ridge area. Here you have to check the first small mountain you will see along the road, where you will find this mountain on the side of the road exiting the ruins, spread out on top right side of the Noble Ridge area. Here you have to check the first small mountain you will see along the 15th requires you to check the mountain to the bottom left, that has other 3 deposits on its that has other 3 deposits on its top central out from the terrain, that has 2 iron deposits on its top. The 15th requires you to check the mountain to the bottom left, that has other 3 deposits on its top central part. For the 15th you have to get to the bottom right side of the Noble Ridge area. Here you have to check the first small mountain you will see along the road, where you will find this mountain on the side of the road exiting the ruins. Spread out on top of it you will find 3 iron veins. For the 17th and the last one you have to check the bigger mountain on their left side, in the middle of which you will Route will cover 17 locations that will yield on average 1400 iron ore. All the locations that will be described are in the top right side from the city. Also in the area around this route you will find less players that will farm here. This is because around this area you will find a lot of enemies of level 20. So it's hard that other players can survive here if they are not prepared to fight. Anyway, the first location is in the top left margins of the brown area you will see above the Wolf's Cave. To be precise, on the landmark margins going toward the small rock to the top right, where the iron veins can be found between the boulders and the fallen trees. For the second location you have to go more to the right. To be precise, in the middle of the passage between the two mountains, where the iron veins are found in an open field. The third location requires you to go more to the right and
Yo, Sean.
Hey, mate.
Test.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What are you up to? What are you playing?
New wall.
this time reach the top right side of the mountain, where in order to find the iron you have to search around. You have to check where the mountain is.
Some
The
NW?
margins of the mountain you can see on the other side of the road.
Some
Here
New World?
the iron deposits can be found on the higher part. The third location requires you to go more to the right.
I had to
and this
reset my
time reach
PC
the top
because
right
my
side of the
memory
mountain,
was messed
where in
up.
order to find the iron, you
My
have to search
hard drive was
around the
messed up.
mountain walls. For the fourth, you have to go to the left margins
I
of
had
the
like
mountain. You can
3 games installed and it was showing like most of my memory was taken up even though I have 500 gigs. Now it's better.
Okay.
I can't wait for Last Ark, dude. Or Lost Ark. Damn. Damn.
you on the other side of the road. Here the iron deposits can be found on the higher part of the You can find also the aids, where you have to go upward along this mountain wall, where you have to check the area not far from the cavity you will see in the map, where by climbing the mountain in this zone. To find the next location you have to reach the bottom left side of the next mountain. Here you have to check where the mountain is. For the fifth, you have to reach the bottom right side of this mountain. That consists in going down to its beginning and reach the flat area in order to be able to mine the iron. To find the next location you have to reach the bottom left side of the next
Oh. Tired.
No.
You contact Squarespace about the website?
No.
I really don't want to deal with it, dude.
I can't contact them.
mountain. Upward along this mountain wall, where you have to check the area not far from the
I'll be right back, Sean.
Come on.
And this song. Come back, Sean.
Hmm?
Excuse me.
Beyonce is now following.
Beyonce? Hi, Beyonce. That really Beyonce the singer?
What's up, guys? It's Chris Majestic, and one topic that seems to confuse a ton of people, including people who are really familiar with home theater, is optical cables for home theater audio. Now, I've been called an idiot and had people fuss me out in the comment section, so today we're going to put the questions to rest once and for all so you can stop using optical cables. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps. So if you didn't already know, 2 out of 3 guys will experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they're 35. Now, I personally know this to be true because with me being in my 30s, I can easily say that more than half of my friends are rocking a bald head right now for this exact reason. Well, prevention is key, and Keeps is a subscription service that focuses on making it easier and more affordable for men to treat their baldness, since it's best to do something about your hair loss while you still have hair left. So when you sign up for the service, a licensed doctor will review your information online and recommend a specific hair loss treatment plan for you, and the treatments get shipped directly to your door every 3 months. So if you're ready to do something about your hair loss, go to keeps.com/Chris Majestic or click the link in the video description. I want to thank Keeps for sponsoring today's video, and let's jump back into it. So optical audio cables, also referred to as Toslink cables, are fiber optic cables that date all the way back to the 1980s, and for a long time they were one of the best ways to send audio between your receivers and other consumer grade audio equipment. So Toslink uses light to transmit audio signals using fiber optics. This makes them immune to common electrical issues like interference or ground loops, which are common with copper cables. And Toslink has two common types of connectors. You have the standard connector, which is the one most people are familiar with, and then you have mini Toslink. Now, I had honestly never heard of mini Toslink until I got a Chromecast Audio a few years ago, and it's actually pretty cool even though Google foolishly discontinued it. So even though this looks like a standard headphone jack, it can either accept a basic 3.5mm stereo cable, or it can accept a mini Toslink cable, which allows you to send music from your Chromecast Audio to your speakers without any interference, which is pretty cool. So when we say Toslink, we're really referring to the physical cable itself, but the interface that the Toslink cable uses is known as SPDIF or SPDIF. Now you may see this printed on either a Toslink port or a coaxial port, since both of these types of cables support it. Now I'm not going to go too much into coaxial cables, but the quick and dirty explanation of coax is that it uses an RCA cable to send the signal, but since it's not using fiber optics, it's not immune to interference like Toslink. But aside from those physical characteristics, they both use SPDIF to send PCM audio, and they basically do the exact same thing. So the places you've probably seen Toslink is on the back of your TV, on a soundbar, or a home theater receiver. And the reason we still see Toslink in modern devices is because it's still one of the simplest and easiest ways to connect home theater audio equipment. Okay, so if Toslink is so good and so popular, then why am I saying you should stop using it? Well, up until a few years ago, Toslink was king, but it does have a few flaws. The first issue is that these cables are not very flexible, since fiber optic cables can be pretty fragile and can be permanently damaged if bent too hard. This makes them less ideal for things like tight in-wall installations or installations that require sharp bends. But the biggest limitation of Toslink is that it doesn't support the bandwidth required to send lossless audio for more than 2 channels, which is obviously a problem if you have more than 2 speakers in your home theater. Now, this doesn't mean you can't send surround sound using Toslink, it just means that it'll compress the signal since it can't handle lossless or uncompressed surround sound. This means you'll never get high fidelity surround sound from a Toslink or coax cable. Okay, so if that's the case, then how do you send high quality or lossless surround sound like Dolby Atmos to your soundbar or speakers? Well, believe it or not, the best audio connection for home theater is HDMI. Now, I've talked about this in multiple videos, but HDMI is better than optical in nearly every way. Not only does HDMI send high resolution video to your TV, but it also supports all of the latest audio formats, including all of the older formats. So what does this all mean? Well, with so many people going out and buying high-end soundbars that support Dolby Atmos or other advanced audio formats, I'm seeing a lot of people connect them using an optical connection. Now, even though optical is fine, it does defeat the purpose of you buying a more expensive soundbar or receiver, since you can't use optical for Dolby Atmos. In other words, if you want your money's worth, you have to use HDMI. Okay, so what does this mean if you're using an optical cable now? Well, the first thing to do is make sure that your soundbar or receiver doesn't have HDMI. If it doesn't, then optical or Toslink is probably the best connection that it supports. And this might not be a big deal if you're using an inexpensive soundbar, since it may only have a couple of speakers anyway, and it might not benefit much from lossless audio. And if your soundbar or receiver does have Toslink and you're using a basic aux or stereo connection, then I'd recommend upgrading to Toslink, since it's definitely better than a stereo connection. And if your system does have an HDMI input or ARC port, then I highly suggest switching over to HDMI to improve your audio, especially if it's a high-end soundbar or receiver. And if the HDMI on it supports HDMI CEC or ARC, then you get even more benefits. And if you're not familiar with ARC or HDMI CEC, I just recently did a video on that, so I'll throw a card up here for you to check it out, and I'll also put a link in the video description. So even though HDMI is the best connection to use for home theater audio, does that mean you just grab an HDMI cable, plug it in, and you're all set? Well, it's not quite that simple for every situation, but it will give you the best possible audio quality when it comes to home theater audio, not to be confused with high fidelity stereo setups, which is a whole different ballgame. Now, HDMI can be pretty complicated since it does so much and the standards change all the time. So if you find it to be too complicated or you have issues with HDMI, it is okay to use Toslink, but my goal of this video is to help people understand that Toslink is inferior to HDMI. Now, considering how complicated HDMI is, I have done several videos explaining things, so make sure you check out the links in the video description for a few videos where I go over the details on how to set all this stuff up. But hopefully you guys found this video helpful. If you did, go ahead and make sure you mash that like button. And if you did find something in this video, go ahead and post in the comment section and let me know how it helped you out. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and make sure you hit that bell icon so you get notified when I post new videos. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. What's up, guys? It's Chris Majestic, and after helping several people set up their own home theater, I figured it would be a good idea to talk about some of the common mistakes that people make when setting up their own home theater. So today we're going to talk about the top 10 home theater mistakes. Today's video is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. So if you're like me, you've probably been walking around with a regular folding wallet taking up a bunch of space in your back pocket.
I'm gonna get a coffee, Nick.
Alright.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, excuse me. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right back, Sean. I'm gonna go smoke one.
Okay, Nick.
Heidelin. A vibrant planet blessed by the light of the crystal. Amid azure seas, encompassing the westernmost of the three great continents, there lies a realm embraced by gods and forged by heroes. Her name, Eorzea. The annals of Eorzean history chart the rise of a succession of great civilizations, each one enjoying an age of peace, the astral eras. To date, all have proven ephemeral. In the year 1572 of the sixth and most recent astral era, the Northern Empire of Garlemald amassed a great army at the heart of Eorzea, seeking dominion over all. Rising in desperate resistance, the forces of the Eorzean Alliance met their would-be conquerors in the field. Yet, even as the battle raged, the lesser moon, Galamon, was plucked from the heavens through imperial machination. From its core emerged the elder primal Bahamut, who unleashed his fury upon the realm. The devastation brought Eorzea to its knees and the era to its end. 5 years have come and gone. The light of life still shines upon Eorzea. Man labors tirelessly to raise himself from the calamity's ruin. The realm is forever changed, a stranger to him once more. Yet heedless of what lies ahead, he shall press on. Spurred by the promise of peace and prosperity. Amid this period of great change, an adventurer arrives in Eorzea, one whose tale is yet unwritten. May he ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Good.
And we're finally here. Thank you guys so much for watching my videos. This is a Paladin up to level 80 guide, and I know I haven't been showing too many of these level 80 guides in general. It's just that grinding and making videos and actually playing the game side by side is a very difficult thing you think. But anyways, thank you guys for watching my videos, and we're going to get started. Without further ado, this is Paladin up to level 80 guide. This is Shadowbringers 5.0. So let's get this started with our Holy Circle at level 72. Deals magic damage with a potency of 250 to all nearby enemies. It is a spell with a global cooldown, and it costs about as much as your Holy Spirits. This is basically the AoE version. Anytime you have 2 or more targets, go ahead and cast your Holy Circle. And this is what it looks like. So this is basically like a fancier, not as flashy version of Holy. And moving on to a trait at level 74, we get Enhanced Sheltron. Basically, it extends Sheltron's duration from 5 to 6 seconds. Ooh, fancy. At level 74, we also get Intervene, rushes target, and delivers an attack with a potency of 200. Yay! Finally! Gap Closer. And it has a maximum charge of 2. It is instant cast with 30-second off-roll cooldown, just like most Gap Closers. You see a gap, close the gap. At level 76, we get a trait called Sword Oath. Fancier your trait becomes your sword stance, your DPS stance from Stormblood. Sword Oath, it grants 3 stacks of Sword Oath after successfully completing a combo with the Royal Authority, this guy. Now, the ability itself, we're also going to get Atonement. Delivers an attack with a potency of 550, very strong. Additional effect, restores MP, can only be executed while under the effect of Sword Oath. Now, Sword Oath gives you 3 charges. In other words, you can use 3 Atonements in a row, which is what the rotation is intended for. It is instant cast with a weapon skill global cooldown, so you're generally going to do your rotation, you're going to do your Goring Blade, you're going to go back and cast your Royal Authority. But instead of casting your Royal Authority again, you're going to do those 3 Atonements. And then you're going to go back to your Goring Blade again. At level 78, we also get very important traits called Enhanced Requiescat. Spells require no cast time while under the effect of Requiescat.
Hey everyone, this is Mike, and today I'm going to be doing the rotational guide on Paladin. Now, very quickly before I get into the video, I want to mention that I still have a giveaway going on for no pin keys on my Discord channel, so if you're interested in winning a no pin key for 7-day access, you can follow the link to my Discord channel in the description. Now back to Paladin. So Paladin is a little bit of a weird one, and in the sense that most jobs center around a 60-second or a 90-second rotation, and it's usually very clean on those round numbers. But Paladin is a bit weird in the sense that they basically have a GCD too much, meaning that they have a 62.5-second rotation, or in general with skill speed a 62-second rotation, meaning that they get misaligned with raid buffs. Now, of course you can say, well, can't we just increase our skill speed so that we have a 60-second rotation? And that's a really good point. Of course, with skill speed our GCD goes down, and if our GCD goes down, maybe we can fit that 1 extra GCD in that 60-second window. But there is a catch. So, because Paladin's rotation also exists out of some spells, they're not affected by skill speed but by spell speed. Meaning that if you really wanted to fit that extra GCD inside those 60 seconds, you would need so much skill speed that you're basically losing damage because your crit, direct hit and determination is going to suffer quite a bit, because you're going to be melding so much skill speed. And then also, if you plan to play other tanks, your gear sets are going to be pretty fucked. Like for example, like 2.40, just about that, is pretty decent for most of the tanks, and then you can like swap out some pieces here and there to like fit something for Warrior, and I believe Dark Knight also likes a faster GCD than that. But basically, if you would want to have this super high skill speed, you would not only be gimping your own damage, but it also would make it so that you pretty much can't play the other tanks because you're going way too fast. So that's why There's basically two rotations. You have the basic rotation, which is the 62-second one, where you decide to misalign yourself with the raid buffs. We also have a 60-second rotation, where you're technically gimping your damage a little bit outside of raid buffs, but then you stay aligned with the raid buffs. Now, in general, this isn't worth it, so what most people do and what the standard rotation for Paladin has become is a 62-second one. If you want to do the 60-second one, then basically all you do is you leave out one atonement outside of an unbuffed window. So let's quickly talk about how that works. So Paladin revolves around 2 damage buff windows and then a cooldown phase, as I like to call it. So first of all, we have Fight or Flight. This is our physical damage buff. This is also the buff that we'll be starting out our damage rotation with, because this also like amplifies your auto attacks and such. So if you do your opener, it's usually more beneficial to have the Fight or Flight buff active, because in general it will give you a higher damage output in total. Other than this, we also have Requiescat. This is our magical damage buff, thus amplifying our magic spells. This will also make it so that we can cast our magic spells without a cast time, meaning that we basically have free movement during this about 10-second window. So that makes it so that Paladin in certain situations can completely disengage from a boss, but still keep uptime if it manages to line up with your Requiescat window, which is incredibly cool. Because for example for Hades, the part where both of the tanks are running around catching the meteors, if you're anything but a Paladin, you're just spamming your ranged attack like your Tomahawk, your Light Shot, Unmanned, that kind of stuff. But if you basically save your Requiescat for that, you can just Requiescat and Holy Spirit from the other side of the map, and you don't even lose a single piece of damage. The only thing that you're losing is your auto attack, so it's really cool. And then once those 2 buffs have run out, you basically go into a small cooldown phase, which lasts about 30 seconds, well, a little bit less. And then you basically end your 62 seconds, and then you're back going into your Fight or Flight. Now, of course, Fight or Flight and Requiescat are both 60-second cooldowns, so basically you're always going to be delaying them by 1 GCD before you use them again. So that's kind of like the trade-off. Either you delay your 2 buffs by 1 GCD, thus slightly misaligning them from the party, or you cut out 1 unbuffed atonement cost every minute so that you do stay aligned. But then on the other hand, it's usually not worth losing the atonement damage, because atonement is a really high damaging spell. So you really, in general, don't really want to lose that. So if you can't, if doing this won't gain you like an extra usage of Fight or Flight or something like that over the duration of a fight, which if you have a very long fight, this could be the case depending on your kill time. But in general, just stick with the 62-second rotation would be my advice. So because of that, we're going to go into a very short 60-second rotational preview, I guess you could say, with commentary on top, instead of like the general 3-minute one that I've done for the previous 2 tanks. So first of all, we are going to be starting with a Holy Spirit. And you may be like, why would we use Holy Spirit at the start of the fight? Well, that is because basically it puts our GCD on a cooldown, it allows us to run to the boss, and we'll get our mana back anyways, because you need to be above, I believe it's 8k mana when you use Requiescat, so that you get the actual damage buff and the instant cost and stuff like that. But we'll get that mana back anyways by the time that our Requiescat window comes up, so that's why we start out with a Holy Spirit to initiate the fight, and then during our GCD countdown we can just run up to the boss. We start out by going into our Fight or Flight buff, which we apply our Goring Dot first, or Goring Blade Dot I guess you could say. Then we go into Royal Authority, we use our 3 atonements. Of course, as I said, I'm going to be showing the normal rotation, so we are going to do the 62-second one. Finish our Fight or Flight. Then we go into Requiescat, through which we spam our Holy Spirits, and as you can see, I can just move around as much as I want. Finish Requiescat by using Confiator, or Confetti, as a lot of people like.
Let's now move on with a Paladin up to level 70 guy. This is Shadowbringers 5.0.
Hey everyone, this is Mike and today I'm going to be doing the rotational guide.
Back.
And we're finally here. Thank you guys so much for watching my videos. This is a Paladin up to level 80 guy, and I know I haven't been showing too many of these little level 80 guys in general. It's just that grinding and making videos that has 2 charges. Make sure the intervene is always on 1 charge. If it's about to cap off at 2 charges,
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Middle tower is under attack. Tower is under attack. Direct structures. Middle tower is under attack. I shall fight them. Stand aside. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
What the fuck?
Yes. Prize. Yes. A taste of my power.
Tower is under attack.
Yes.
Middle tower under attack. Our structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
They cannot hide. A taste of my power. Not for you, brown sugars. Points taken.
Your top tower is under attack. tower is under attack. It's falling. Our instruction is not shut down.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims is brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better. Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
bottom tower is under attack.
It's time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
And so you venture forth into the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow early riser. Though we're hardly alone in that.
Your top tower is under
Envious
attack.
of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Stand aside.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
It's under attack.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
It's under attack.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Is under attack.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Your bottom tower is falling.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
It's under attack. Is under attack. Ancient is under attack.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications
Go, Sean.
first.
Yes, Nick.
I'm gonna head play some games with my little bro.
Yep. Okay.
I'll catch you later, man.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Hmm.